The sooner we start, the sooner we can finish. Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting of the Beaumont Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Today is Thursday, November 20, 2025, and the time is 4:38. Roll call, please.
Trustee 𝐂𝐬𝐭.
Here.
Trustee Dunn. Trustee Avery.
Here.
Trustee Evans.
Here.
Trustee Hickman. And Trustee Wallace Spooner.
Okay, we will now convene to closed session to discuss agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meeting Act under sections 551.071, .072, .074, and the Texas Government Code. Let's go do it. We're now ready for the meeting. The board will now reconvene. It is 6:20 p.m. The pledges and the recognitions will follow. Please stand.
Good evening. Tonight's colors are presented by the Beaumont United NJROTC, Cadet 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬𝐭 Garcia, Cadet Tyrell Johnson, Cadet Monica Hernandez, and Cadet Ethan Provost, under the direction of Gunnery Sergeant Michael Triplett, United States Marine Corps, retired. Tonight's pledges will be led by 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐭 Garcia. She is a Regina Howell pre-K student and was recently recognized as a Charger of the Month for putting forth her best effort every day, listening to and respecting authority, being on time and prepared, and treating others the way she wants to be treated.
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one indivisible, and literally a justice for all. Under the Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
We will now turn it over to Ms. Simeon.
Good evening, President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭, Board Trustees, Dr. Allen, and audience members. We begin tonight with a presentation from Gulf Coast Educators Federal Credit Union. The financial institution hosted a drawing at this year's TexEdCon, the joint convention of the Texas Association of School Administrators and Texas Association of School Boards. Trustee Yolanda Avery entered Beaumont ISD into the drawing, and last month, she was notified that we were a winner. Joining us tonight to present us with a check for $500 is Gulf Coast Educators Federal Credit Union Business Development Coordinator, Lamonda Johnson.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Allen. I must say, Yolanda, I never worked so hard to give money away. We both know each other by nicknames, so when I sent the email, she thought it was spam. So I had to work hard to get in touch with her through Facebook. But I just want to say thank you for entering, and it's an honor to be here back home, and I'm glad someone from my hometown, entered and won. So we present this check of $500 in recognition of that. Yes, thank you, Yolanda.
And don't worry, I have the real check. Tonight, Beaumont ISD is honored to recognize a community member whose generosity and commitment to public safety have made a lasting impact on our district. Former Jefferson County Sheriff and former County Judge Carl Griffith has stepped forward with a gift that has brought Beaumont ISD one step closer to meeting new state school safety mandates. Beaumont ISD police are the grateful recipients of 4 Level 3 ballistics shields generously donated by Mr. Griffith. At a time when such life-saving tools are outside the district's planned budget, we are deeply thankful for Mr. Griffith's dedication to protecting our students, staff, and schools. Please join me in expressing our heartfelt gratitude tonight. Mr. Griffith.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm truly honored, Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Allen. I am a product of BISD. Many, many years ago, where I started school right here in this building. Not this building, but over there. I think about your office, maybe. Anyway, when we saw what happened in Uvalde that next week, this was 3 years ago. I had several people ask me, at the time, we didn't ask for any recognition and didn't want any, and I understood now you've got mandates and it's important the community knows that you have the shields here. Lori and I and our group at GMJ, our company, immediately when it happened after 24 years in law enforcement, we started calling around to see what agencies that were going to be first responders to our children, not just at BISD, but also Port Arthur, Mid-County. We did every school that didn't have shields. We made sure that at least they had a shield there that they could go in, because in my whole career, 24 years in law enforcement, I was never so hurt to see what happened to those children in Uvalde. And if a shield would have made a difference in that split-second decision, I wanted it to be here with our police in Jefferson County. And so thank you, BISD, and hopefully we don't ever have to use them.
Beaumont ISD is proud to recognize a partnership that continues to elevate STEM learning across our district. Thanks to the leadership and collaboration with ExxonMobil, the 2025 Family STEM Night became the most successful event of its kind in district history.
Our support really stems off of the fact that we want to continue to fill our pipeline of engineers, technology majors, biologists, geologists, people that enter the STEM careers. We need the students to continue to go to the universities and get educated in STEM careers. But it really starts at the early childhood age.
I'm an ExxonMobil intern, and I'm thankful that I received this opportunity my last year in high school. And I think this will really expose a lot of kids to new opportunities that they haven't heard of or haven't yet seen. With my degree, I plan to go on with ExxonMobil, be a process operator, and a co-op opportunity that they're giving me, that would be great.
ExxonMobil has done a really fantastic job in sponsoring this program, and we hope they continue to sponsor because it transforms the kids in this district, and it's extremely important for this to continue.
What we find is that kids that aren't included in STEM type of activities or don't really understand STEM in the early parts, when they get to high school, they don't take the right classes, and then by the time they get to college, they're already behind other people, and so they don't choose STEM careers. So we're trying to really get immersed into BISD, partner with BISD, and really kind of continue to build that relationship to get the students involved.
ExxonMobil, Beaumont Area Public and Government Affairs Advisor Tyler Gustafson, and Beaumont Area Public and Government Affairs contractor Olivia Malik played a key role in ensuring the event's success, while Beaumont ISD STEM coordinator 𝐂𝐨𝐧𝐬𝐿 𝐂𝐭 brought her vision, leadership, and passion for STEM to every aspect of the evening. Tonight, we proudly recognize their teamwork, generosity, and dedication to creating meaningful learning experiences for our families. Speaking tonight on behalf of the group is our STEM coordinator, 𝐂𝐨𝐬𝐿 𝐂𝐭.
ExxonMobil isn't here yet, but I wanted to say on behalf of Beaumont ISD, the CTE department, and our STEM programs, we extend our deepest gratitude for our continued partnership with ExxonMobil. During STEM Night, ExxonMobil presented BISD with 2 checks symbolizing the remarkable investments that they have made in our students and their futures. One check was for $195,000, which represented $50,000 distributed across ExxonMobil fence line campuses to support STEM education. And if those principals would stand that are recipient of those funds, please do so at this time. Charlton Pollard, PMAC, Vincent, Westbrook, and Beaumont United. $50,000 was to support the annual BISD Exxon STEM Night, allowing our campuses and community partners to expose students to STEM and to make connections to what they are learning in the classroom, to higher education, and to the workforce. $45,000 was for the Marshall Middle School STEM Bridge, Summer Bridge to STEM program. Dr. Stewart, if you would stand up. It provided targeted support for students advancing in math, science, and reading with field trips to fantastic labs, George Observatory, where they had to complete a simulated mission on Mars, or the moon, and behind-the-scenes STEM tours to Astro Baseball Park. What I loved about this summer and the simulation was that it was so real for the students that there was a one of the teachers had recorded, and you could see one kid saying, "Guys, we've got to make it to Mars," and like he was so serious. I loved it. And $50,000 went to Charlton Pollard Elementary literacy initiatives to enhance students' literary knowledge and skills. The second check, totaling $175,000, was given directly to STEM to support curriculum enhancements and technology upgrades. These funds have allowed us to provide our engineering practicum students with a work-based learning project focusing on electric vehicles in the spring. We were allowed to integrate Dobots into Robotics 2 curriculum, strengthening students' understanding in industrial robotics. We launched the 7th grade Bridge to STEM program designed to support struggling students in math and reading while immersing them in the STEM experiences. And we offer high quality professional development for STEM teachers, providing empowering them with skills to prepare students for the workforce, increasing their drive in STEM. Beyond ExxonMobil's financial generosity, we also acknowledge and appreciate the tremendous human capital they invest in Beaumont ISD. For example, each year ExxonMobil hosts Introduce a Girl to Engineering Day, made possible through time and commitment of many ExxonMobil volunteers who devoted countless hours inspiring our 8th grade young ladies and showing them that there is undoubtedly a place for them in STEM. These volunteer hours also translate into additional contribution to the district STEM program, with the most recent being $3,500. I want to thank, on behalf of BISD, ExxonMobil, again and again and again. We appreciate you. And at this time, we are excited to announce the winners of the STEM Night Attendance Contest. In the elementary division, Regina Howell Elementary, with 90 students in attendance. Principal of Regina Howell, if you're here, if you'd come accept your check. And our secondary division, Marshall Middle School, earning the victory of a 3rd consecutive year with 243 students. Congratulations to our winners. Congratulations to our winners, and thank you to all the campuses that supported and participated in this district-wide initiative. Your commitment helps make STEM Night a continued success for our students, families, and community. Thank you.
And our ExxonMobil representatives have joined us now. Do you have a few words?
Once again, I want to thank each of y'all. This is the 3rd year that we've done this, and we welcomed over 5,000 people this year once again. We keep raising the bar, and I'm excited to see how many people we'll welcome next year. This is a historic year for the relationship between ExxonMobil Beaumont and Beaumont ISD. We all should all be very thrilled with where we're going and the progress that we've made. I think this year alone, ExxonMobil has contributed more than $500,000 to programs that will benefit Beaumont ISD students through all kinds of programs ranging from literacy to health to sending students to Space Center Houston, which we celebrated earlier this week. There's all kinds of programs in BISD that are exclusive to BISD because of the great relationship that we have together. And so I want to thank each of y'all and all of our great teachers and students and parents in BISD. Thank y'all.
We are pleased to now recognize Westbrook Junior John Fowler. John delivered a remarkable performance at the 2025 UIL State Cross Country Meet, finishing 19th out of 152 competitors. Improving from 60th place last year, John also shaved more than 40 seconds off of his time, showcasing tremendous growth, determination, and his status among the state's top high school runners. Please join me in congratulating John Fowler.
It was an honor to represent Westbrook High School and BISD for the second time at the UIL State Cross Country Championship. I'm already training for next year. I'm very thankful for the support I have, and I'd like to thank BISD, my coaches, my teammates, and my parents for all of the support. Thank you.
Finally, tonight, we celebrate National Parent Involvement Day by thanking our district parent-teacher associations. Their consistent support, partnerships, and engagement strengthen our campuses and create meaningful opportunities for every child to succeed. Please join me in applauding these parents. Speaking on behalf of the group tonight is Blanchette PTA President, Sonia Matthew Wilridge, and she'll be joined by all of our district PTA presidents.
Good afternoon. I am Sonia Matthews Wilridge. I am Blanchette's PTA president. This is my second year. Of course, today is Parent-Teacher Association, parent involvement. Anyone in BISD who takes the time out to volunteer, this is our day. So we want to thank you guys for allowing us to come and being recognized just for our effortlessly time in the schools. I know a lot of, I say, hey, I need an office because I'm here too much. But we do have countless fundraisers, countless time with mentoring, sponsoring things, fundraising, taking field trips. We are everywhere, most of the time where we are asked to be. So outside of myself, thank you guys, obviously, and anyone else that is a parent and involved in BISD, thank you guys as well. Thank the district for allowing us to come today to be recognized.
Spooner, I'm going to have you go just a hair. Ms. Hickman, just a hair. Perfect. All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
And a reminder, our campuses and offices will be closed next week for Thanksgiving break. Normal hours will resume on Monday, December 1st. We thank all of you for joining us tonight, and we wish all of you a happy Thanksgiving. And you can keep up with what's happening in the district by following our social media pages, subscribing to our YouTube channel, and visiting Beaumont ISD, BMTISD.com.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Simeon. Before I turn it over to Doc, Ms. Lung, you got it going on over there, huh? And Mr. Merrill bragging about a three-peat. So I hope the rest of you schools are going to pick it up next year and have more students there. Three-peat. We will now hear from the superintendent.
Good evening, Mr. President, to our board, our Beaumont ISD family, and Beaumont community. We'll begin tonight's presentation with our vision and mission statement. So if you could please join me in reciting our vision statement. In collaboration with the entire community, we will create an inclusive environment of academic excellence that supports the diverse needs of all learners. And our mission statement: we will inspire and prepare all students for lifelong success by providing an exemplary education in a safe learning environment. Our vision and mission is founded on our 6 core beliefs, and tonight's presentation focuses on core belief number 1, all children can and will learn, and core belief number 6, we will be fiscally responsible and accountable to the public. So tonight's presentation will be discussing the 26-27 budget. When I looked at my presentations from last year, this same time last year, we were celebrating the success of our voter approval tax rate election that our community supported us on to support us in the budget development process. And as a result of the success of that election, the district received an additional little more than $13 million total added to our maintenance and operation revenue that we were able to utilize for compensation for our employees, program continuation, and maintenance and operations. I want to make certain that our community understands how much we appreciate their support in providing these additional funds for us, and just reminding them of how we are actually utilizing those funds. We are doing the things that we promised our community that we would do. We set aside $2.2 million annually for maintenance and operations, including the replacement of roofs. You have a picture here. Ms. Spooner will provide more information in her report, but the roof replacements at 4 campuses this year and a couple of campuses last year with the silicone roofs. We've also invested in chiller replacements and boiler replacements. So I just want to make certain that our community hears and understands that we are following through on our commitment to how we were going to utilize those resources, because it did give us an additional $13 million annually to add to our budget. Now, currently, we are beginning the process of working on the 26-27 school year budget. As we work to prepare next year's budget, you know, we utilize a system called Frontline Analytics, which allows us to compare ourselves to other districts or other local districts in different data points. And I chose to pull a few pieces of data related to our budget over the past 5 years and how our spending compares to several of our peer districts within our region. So when you look at this particular report in the next few slides, the data comparisons will showcase Beaumont ISD compared to Lumberton ISD, Nederland ISD, Port Arthur, Port Neches, and Vidor ISD. And as you can see, comparatively speaking, of course, Beaumont ISD is the largest school district. The data listed here is from 2024. So when you see the 16,349 students, that's 2024 data that was pulled from PEAMS. But we are the largest district. We are about twice the size of the next largest district, which is Port Arthur. Also, when you look comparatively speaking at the number and percentage of ELL students enrolled, we're at 16%, closer to percentage-wise of Nederland ISD with 15.68%, and then economically disadvantaged percentage. Based on 2024 data, Beaumont ISD was at 82.66, And the next district closest to us in economically disadvantaged percentage is Port Arthur ISD at 84%. So when you look at our overall budget summary and, how are our expenses trending in certain categories, or have they changed in certain categories over the course of the past, this is 4 years again. And this chart actually shows just Beaumont ISD's expenses, and the largest increase in expenses over the course of the last 5 years has been in instruction, ancillary services, and student support. So those 3 areas, these don't represent all the areas, just the major areas with the largest percentage in increase in our spending from 2020 to 2024. Now, this slide actually shows just Beaumont ISD, and it depicts our revenue estimates versus our actual performance, meaning how has our revenue projections each year compared to the actual revenue that the district received. So when we're building the budget, and I've shared this before, we are actually guesstimating on the amount of revenue that we think we're going to receive based upon the number and percentage of students in average daily attendance. So this chart shows over the past 5 years how accurate have we actually been in calculating revenue over the past 5 years. So overall, we've done a pretty good job. So if you look for 2024, for example, the actual budgeted amount was less than the actual revenue. So we actually received more revenue than what we budgeted. If you look at the percentages over the course of the past 4 years, you see some slight variances, but we've been down in our estimate no more than 2.5%. So that's really pretty good when you think about the fact that you never really know the percentage of time that your kids are going to come to school. We make these predictions and we make these revenue estimates and build our budget based on that. But the team has done, we've done a really good job overall making those predictions. Now, on the expense side, what did the expenses look like? The actual expenses compared to what we budgeted for. So ideally, every year you want to see that your spending is less than or equal to what you budget. So as you can see, we've been pretty consistent over the past 5 years listed on this chart with actually spending less than what we actually budgeted. And then this slide compares our spending to our peer districts. So in what areas of the money that we spend are we most above the average for the group I shared, which was Port Arthur, Port Neches, Vidor, Nederland, and Lumberton. So BISD is the red circle. Okay, so the first line, for example, is instruction. BISD is the red circle, and the gray circles represent those peer districts. The vertical line represents the average for all in the peer group. So as you can see in this particular example, instruction, we are ahead in spending. We spend more than just about all the districts in our group except for one. When you look at the next category, which is instructional leadership, we are ahead in our spending. Facilities, which is the third, we are ahead of the group almost, with a little bit above average. And then for the other areas, food service, security, guidance and counseling, student transportation, community services, we're pretty consistent with what other districts are actually spending. So where you see the circles clumped together, we are actually in line. That means we're overlapping and we're spending pretty much the same amounts per student compared to those other districts. So what areas then are we where our spending varies more? So as you can see on this slide, again, Beaumont ISD is the red circle. How do we compare to other districts? So when you look at, for example, the first one, community services, we spend more than all the other districts in community services. So as you go down the line, you can see kind of where we land in general administration, where we spend curriculum development and instruction, extracurricular, data processing services, instructional resources, school leadership, health services, social work service, and payments to juveniles. So you can actually see there's more of a variance in these areas and how our spending compares to other districts. So you want to see, you know, the purpose of these slides is to just show, you know, kind of where are we in line with how we actually utilize our resources compared to other districts. So I like looking at this data, and of course, you know, going deeper into it, this is not telling you every line or it's telling you the general function and how we've coded our different expenses, but overall you can see kind of where we line up with other districts. So as we continue to work through the process, our 26-27 draft budget priorities, these are draft priorities. They have not changed from last year's priorities, which is to continue to focus on high-quality learning experiences and engaging instruction by building a culture of literacy, equipping our schools with resources to increase the number of high-performing campuses, utilizing and maintaining technology to enhance the learning for our students. Our second priority is to recruit, retain, and support effective teachers and leaders in every school. Our third priority is to provide a safe, secure, and supportive learning environment. Fourth priority, upon graduation, every student will have the option to attend college, start a career, join the military or workforce, and lastly, ensuring that financial resources align with board goals and priorities. Again, these are draft budget priorities that are based on the district's core values, the district's vision, mission, and the district's strategic plan. We'll present these during our next budget committee meeting, and if there are any recommendations for changes, we'll certainly bring those back to the board, but currently these are our draft priorities as we begin the process of working toward the 26-27 budget. Are there any questions? The last thing that I want to challenge our community to, you should have a document. Did you all have this little document at your seats? So thank Ms. Angelo for providing each and every one of us with the 100 Things Challenge, which is to list out 100 things for which I am grateful for. And if you haven't had an opportunity to do that, I hope you do during this Thanksgiving season. Matter of fact, before you leave on Friday to our team, take time to actually complete this list. You know, there are so many things that we have to be grateful for, and it is just such a powerful activity and a reflection opportunity to sit down and just start listing them out and writing them down. And I know I will certainly be working on my list, but I'm most certainly grateful for our kids, our team members, and the opportunity, you know, given to serve our community and serve our kids every single day. So I do hope that our team takes time to complete this reflection activity. Well, even if you don't do it by the end of the day tomorrow, do it on Sunday when you know you don't have to get up Monday, because that's something to really be grateful for to start your list off with. So this concludes my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Allen. We'll now go into the cabinet reports. Who's first? Come on.
I was waiting for the, there we go.
I have a hot date.
Thank you, President 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭 and Dr. Allen and the Board of Trustees. I will be giving a brief overview of the Vision Week report. You have the full report in front of you if you wanted to view that. So Vision Week is a 2-week-long series of events to gather input from critical stakeholders about ensuring great outcomes for students and creating campuses that thrive. This report unpacks the hopes, excitement, and areas of opportunity as named by the BISD parents, students, teachers, and community members, and it also addresses board goal number 4, that Beaumont ISD will improve its perception with all stakeholders by ensuring all students are safe, supported, and able to develop self-management skills as measured by the survey and other data. In this survey, we utilized 3 different strategies in order to reach the maximum number of participants. We had our traditional outreach, which leveraged district flyers, yard signs, call-out blasts, emails, and social media posts. This year, we actually put the Vision Week survey up on the scoreboard at the Beaumont Bowl, which was exciting. The second way that we reached out to the community is looking at student groups. In previous years, we had focus groups. This year, we utilized the Superintendent's Student Leadership Council in order to help craft questions, look at the questions, and they actually added some additional questions that they felt like the committee would benefit from. And then our third outreach is that we had community marketing, where we had tasked community members and community leaders such as yourself in social media posts, and we also had QR tents at community events and displayed our vision board. Last year, we only had 105 community members to fill out the survey, so this year we asked for your support. And y'all actually bolstered our numbers, and we greatly appreciate that, because then that gives a broader perspective as far as what is our perception in the community. So we were able to receive 483 community constituent feedback, which is an increase of 320% from last year. So thank you guys for that. And so I wanted to let you know, I know that y'all been waiting for a whole month to know who actually had the most engagement. And it was esteemed President 𝐂𝐬. With 85 engaged community members, but Miss Yolanda Avery, you were just two away. Every day I was looking at the numbers, I was like, wow. And so this is a phenomenal achievement, because we had so many more feedback from the community, and then that way, when we're looking at the top 1 or 2 priorities that we're going to engage in for the upcoming school year, we have a more broader perspective of what the community wanted. I also would like to recognize the campuses for their student and staff participation. And so for our elementary campuses, they had 100% of student completion. Caldwood Elementary, Charlton Pollard, Sally Curtis, Dishman, Fletcher, Roy Guest, Homer, and Martin Elementary were our elementary campuses with 100% student completion. And for our secondary campuses, we had Odom Academy with 97%, and then Dr. King Collegiate Academy with 100% of their students. And then finally, for staff 100% completion, we had Dr. King Collegiate Academy, and then the Career and Technical Education Center would had 100% of their staff complete the survey. And so when you look at it, we had a total of 8,187 responses. So that's quite a bit that our team is going to look through in order to drill that down to what are going to be our top priorities. If you notice that we had every single area this year to increase in community engagement, the only area where there was a slight dip is in 3rd through 5th grade, but only by about 100 students. So that was really impressive. So when we look at our BISD supporters, you will see the distribution of the data here. 59% of the people who took the survey overall, out of the whole 8,187, 59% of them were supporters. This data is going to be our baseline number for our new board goal, and we will be tracking it over the course of this year all the way to 2030. So I just pulled out just a couple of slides, not many. Like I said, you have the full report, just so that the community can see some of the responses. So our 3rd through 5th grade had the most support, with 71% of them as being supporters. One of the highlights is that I have a best friend at school was at 85%. And then that I've learned something interesting at school in the past 7 days was 76%. When we look at our 6th grade, and really our secondary is trending about the same, with almost 50% of the students surveyed that completed the survey are supporters of BISD. And they had one example of the data is that 78% of the students have many goals. You can see that high school has the same percent. And one of the things that I wanted to highlight here was that 50% of them love learning through hands-on projects, and 46% love to learn about different jobs and things that they can be when they grow up. Our parents have strong supporters as well. They were at 65%. You can see the distribution there. We had quite a few high likely to say that BISD, that they would recommend BISD to a friend or a family member. And so 73% of them say they feel welcomed in our community schools, in our school community. And then our community members were at 56% supporters. And 3 of their top ranked priorities that make a good teacher are building strong relationships with all students, maintains an organized and safe classroom, and then supports students' self-management, interpersonal skills, and decision-making. If you look at our teacher data, you'll see that it was pretty broad across, so we got a good sampling of teachers in different grade levels. We had a high number there too of supporters at 63%. And in their data, one of the points I wanted to point out is that 78% of them say there's someone at work that encourages their development. When we look at our employee responses, they were also high at 62% of supporters. And they said 80% of them have the materials and equipment that they need to do their work right. Overall, the sentiment from all groups is represented in this word cloud here. And when you look at what are the hopes and dreams do we have for BISD students, you see that they want them to be successful, have confidence, they want their dreams and wants them to be productive. I'll give you a moment to look at that. And so our next steps is that the NPS committee is going to unpack this data using the executive summary and the raw data that you have before you. We will meet monthly to choose 1 to 3 action steps that will address our board outcome goal in order to improve the perception of all stakeholders. We have NPS posters at all campuses already, and so we'll be sending out communication to the principals on making sure that they have, whenever they have any kind of event, that they utilize those NPS posters that were provided in order for us to get feedback and track throughout the year what is our Net Promoter Score. We'll get more information about that once we get our first collection of data beyond our baseline data from today. Then also, our second next step is to hold a stakeholder meeting in January. So once we have narrowed down to focus to those action items, we will then open it up to the community for them to be able to give some additional feedback on if they feel like that is the direction that we should be going. I also want to make acknowledgement, special acknowledgement to the people that helped me put this survey together. Of course, I don't live on an island. So Ms. Chavis, which is our coordinator for at-risk, Ms. Chantel Mangum, who is the Assistant Director of Community and Media Relations, Ms. Henrietta Savoy, which is the coordinator of Rohr, and Parent Liaison. Ms. Tisha Smith, our Coordinator of Board Affairs. Ms. Lydia Sylvester, the Director of School Counseling, and Dr. Diana Valdez, which is our Director of Leadership Development and Student Discipline. Thank you so much for your time. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you, Ms. Laverne.
You're welcome. Can I go ahead and give you your?
Yes.
Okay, because I wanted you to have it. It's so beautiful.
I want it because Ms. Avery thought she needed it. I'll pass it to her. Thank you.
Well, she might get it next year.
Uh-oh, we got a challenge. Ms. Avery says on next year. I like competition. Ms. Smith, do we have anyone?
Yes, sir, we do.
Public comment?
Yes, sir.
The board will now hear comment from those persons who have signed up to speak. This portion of the meeting is set aside for parents, students, employees, and community members to speak to the board about any matter of interest to them pertaining to the school program. Each person who signed up by 4:30 p.m. yesterday may speak for 2.5 minutes. Those who signed up after that time and prior to the public comments today will be allowed 1.5 minutes. During public comment, the board will listen, but it is forbidden by the Texas Open Meeting Act from discussing any topic raised or making any decision unless the matter is already on the agenda for this meeting. The board reminds speakers that public comment is not the time to bring board complaints about a particular program, employee, or student. Should a speaker's remark include complaints directed at a particular student, employee, or program, I will respectfully ask that the individual stop speaking and utilize the board's grievance procedures. Ms. Smith?
Yes, sir. The first speaker will be Pharrell Hurt.
Good evening. Every generation deserves the right that a school can learn without fear, without limits, and feeling protected in mind, body, and spirit. When I walked through the schools for the past few weeks, I noticed that these are not just our students, this is the future of our next generation and community. Good evening, BISD board members, administrators, and community partners. Something that matters to us all is safety. I want to first acknowledge it and be thankful for the work that has been done by the board already around security guards, improved cameras, security checkpoints, and the safety procedures. But as we move forward, let's remember safety is just not physical, it's also emotional and also spiritual. Across our district, I've seen dedicated teachers, counselors, and staff who deeply invested their time into the students, which are our next generation. Physical safety requirements around cameras, alarms, and security entrance around the entire campus is a non-negotiable. Peach MacArthur has 4 doors with no alarms. Emotional and spiritual support is also critical. Students have a safe place. We've noticed, and statistics show that 7% of students wrestle with stress and anxiety during a normal school day. This is why partnerships with faith-based organizations, community groups are very powerful additions, not replacing the current council or security system, but also supporting and strengthening them. This is why it's important to have student-based led faith groups on each campus. When students have a place to grow spiritually, whatever that looks like for them, they develop confidence, empathy, and a deeper understanding for themselves and respect for others. In closing, my message is simple. Let's continue to build schools where students and teachers are safe from the outside in through security, but also safe from the inside out with continued emotional and spiritual support. The solution for more cameras and alarm systems are just the beginning to support and keep our campuses safe. In closing, the Bible reads and reminds us, in the abundance of counselors, there is safety. Proverbs 11:14. This is why strengthening partnership with teachers, staff, and faith-based organizations helps protect our students, not just physically, but emotionally, and most importantly, spiritually. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt.
Jennifer Moore.
Hello.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to address the board. This will be the 7th time that I have come before you seeking cameras in all self-contained classes across the district. Thank you so much for considering the statements, my statements, and putting this topic on the agenda for open discussion. I look forward to the conversation and hearing all of your thoughts on the matter. I hope and pray that this is the beginning of much needed forward movement in protecting our children with disabilities and the staff as well. This quest started with my daughter's claim of abuse in January. My first request for cameras was made to the principal on February 3rd. On April 10th, I took my daughter to school and she came home with bruises down her leg. Even with a delayed approval for cameras in her classroom, it was not installed until after the year was over. That turned this mom's mission into protecting the rights and bodily autonomy for every child in special education classes by shining a light on the difficulty of getting the cameras and the need for them as well. Cameras can only benefit the district by providing immediate and accurate information when claims arise. When the presence of cameras fosters transparency between school and families, giving parents additional assurance that their child's environment is safe and monitored. It builds trust between the parents and stakeholders as well. I know for me, just knowing a camera is there provides a measure of safety that can't be granted by words or promises. Cameras can also be used as an amazing training tool for real-life scenarios for teachers and aides. They could also assist the behavioral team in assessing and understanding a child's behavior that may seem to be struggling over time. In conclusion, I would like to thank you again for bringing this to discussion tonight. There are cameras on the buses, there are cameras in the hallways. It's time to protect our most vulnerable students by placing cameras in all self-contained classes across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
That concludes public comment.
Now ready for our cabinet reports.
Good evening, Board.
Evening.
You have a report before you this evening of newly hired and separated employees for the month of October. This is around the time we slow down, but last month we did hire 16 new teachers and 11 new aides. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels. Hey, Cheryl.
Good evening, Mr. 𝐂𝐬. How are you?
Good.
Fab. So we started a new year with the tax office. So this is the first month that we're reporting into the new tax year for them. So they collected just over $180,000 in debt service and $816,000, give or take, in maintenance and operations. But you'll look and see the percentage collected is a little bit higher than it was last year, and maybe people are excited because their taxes went down because of the extra $40,000 exemption, possibly, maybe. I don't know, but it's kind of exciting. For the month of October, the general fund had $63,937,505 in revenue, and expenditures at $56,311,792, and we had outstanding purchase orders in the amount of $5,377,860. Typically at this time we're showing a negative, but the way that our school funding works now, with the lower amount of taxes that are collected, the state is now paying us more in our state funding, so we received 2 of our payments, so that's why our revenue's a little bit higher than in past years. And then for the month of October, our campus activity funds collected $117,552, and we had a number of monetary donations. Schweitzer Engineering donated $100 to Beaumont United. Mr. Evans donated some money to Westbrook High School, $400. The law offices of Brittany Holmes donated to the Career and Technical Education Center $180. Jarrett Cologne to the same center, $135. And then we had $45 donations from Priscilla Pettitan, Dan Lee, Lori Threets, Marcus Johnson, Jada Savette, Danelle Lewis, Chantel Jones, and Jamie Smith, and Drillon Cole. And then for Guest Elementary, they got a donation of $340 from the 𝐂𝐬𝐧𝐧𝐞𝐭 Corporation, and Stellar Bank donated $250 to Caldwell Elementary. And then we had some tools and equipment donated by Bechtel Energy from the Port Arthur LNG project to the Career and Technical Center Automotive Program, which was valued at $18,617. And then we have one construction delivery method to report to the board. The stadium scoreboard replacement project is now going to be done by competitive sealed proposals. We thought that we could go out and just get quotes to replace the scoreboard, but it appears that the electrical is going to have to be upgraded, which will require it to be engineered, which causes us to have to do a competitive sealed proposal. Any questions?
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Intruder detection report.
Good evening, President, Superintendent, and Board of Trustees. As we are aware of the tragedy of Uvalde several years ago, as a result of that, our governor, along with our Texas School Safety Center, as well as state officials, have put in place intruder detection audits. As of to date, our district have had 11 intruder detection audits. Roughly 46% of the campuses have been audited already. We still have 15 more campuses to go. We have started off real good this year, and hopefully in the second semester we can end strong. You guys have any questions in reference to that?
Questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Spooner?
Thank you, President 𝐂𝐧𝐬. The Facilities Committee met on Tuesday, November 11th, 2025. The following members were President, Superintendent Dr. Allen, myself, President 𝐂𝐧𝐬, Robert Dunn, Cheryl Hernandez, Randall Maxwell, Dr. Ron Jackson, and Mark McClellan. The following items were discussed. BISD new silicon roofing projects have been completed, with Amelia and Charlton Pollard being completed this month. A rendering of the Paul Brown outdoor signs was shown. An update on the building improvements at Austin was given. The transition of Paul Brown to the Austin site is on schedule for the month of December. An update on the Doggett Stadium scoreboard and natatorium timing system was discussed by Dr. Jackson and Ms. Hernandez. A committee was formed to review the 3 bids. You just heard her elaborate on that. We will be continuing that quest. However, the timing of the purchase will be delayed so that an engineering firm can assess electrical and concrete needs. This will also necessitate the district rebidding the project. High school baseball and softball fields were discussed. An update on the Austin gym floor and the Smith Middle School gym bleachers was presented. BISD Trahan Transportation Complex construction continues on schedule. The interior walls continue to be constructed along with the installation of mechanical equipment. 3 cameras were installed to record activity on the construction site and after hours. Now I'm just going to do a little yay cheer for the transportation site, the Trahan Transportation Site. That is the namesake for it. We were privy to a walkthrough Wednesday of this week, and we should have received media or paper coverage. People were on site to document this occurrence. Now, this is impromptu, but Mr. Corey Metz, where are you, Mr. Metz? There you are. He is our transportation director. What a handsome man. Let's give him a hand. If you will do the honors of coming up and just some of the highlights that puts us on the cutting edge of our transportation center compared to other facilities throughout this area. We would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Hold on, Mr. Metz. I want to remind everybody I got a hot date. So keep to the point.
Well, it's a good thing I'm pretty short-spoken. So, no, the transportation facility, it's state of the art. It's, after working in 3 different locations for several years, it's really going to improve our operations and improve our logistics as far as getting kids to school on time, getting our, keeping all of our district vehicles up to date, repaired. It's really improved the morale around the department. Transportation, they see the building going up, they see the progress, and they're excited. So we appreciate it, and thank you for supporting us.
Well, we appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Metz.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask Mr. Metz a question,
Mr. Metz,
please?
don't go nowhere.
I really just want you to brag. One of the problems we've had for a long time is lack of bus drivers, and that continues to be a struggle, but you told us some really good news the other day when we were at your facility. So tell us where we are with bus drivers right now.
Well, thank you to the board again for approving a raise for our bus drivers. We started the year about 10 drivers short. All right, we're now down to about 3, I believe. We have some in training, but we're actually today we're 10 drivers short. But I think we have 6 in training. Okay, we've hired 2, so we're well on our way to being 100% at capacity for our drivers.
Thank you and congratulations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Allen. Ms. Brooks. Discussion on the cameras in the special education classroom.
Yes, I asked Ms. Brooks to, just share some information on, the policy, the procedure on cameras in the special education classroom. I know Ms. Moore has spoken, several months with her concern, and they're certainly valid and well understood, and I want to make certain our community understands that we want to make certain that all of our kids are safe, that they are well taken care of whenever they are in our care. So I'd ask Ms. Brooks to just share some information, and then, of course, we'll open up for any board discussion on special education cameras in the classroom.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to explain why our district does not install cameras universally in all self-contained special education classrooms, and how our current approach both honors the law and supports families. First, and most importantly, we fully comply with Texas Education Code, Section 29.022. This law clearly outlines that cameras are installed when a parent, staff member, or board member requests them for a specific classroom. The model is intentionally request-based. It's not designed to place cameras everywhere, but to provide targeted protection where a concern has been raised. We've had 6 parent requests this school year. We have more than 500 students in classrooms across the district that meet the criteria as self-contained special education settings. The intent of the law is very important. When the legislature created this statute, they balanced 3 priorities: student safety, student dignity, and privacy. Many of our students in self-contained settings receive personal care, medical support, and other sensitive services. Universal cameras in all rooms, regardless of parent request, could compromise those students' dignities in ways the law was written specifically to avoid. At the same time, the law strongly protects parents' rights. Any parent with a self-contained child in a self-contained classroom has the right to request a camera. And when those requests come forward, we take them very seriously. We install the cameras, we store recordings securely, and we follow every legal requirement and timeline. Universal camera installation assumes all parents want cameras for their child. But the law is clear. It is each parent's right to decide. Installing cameras without a parent request would override that right. I also want our families to hear this clearly. We deeply value and care about parent concerns. We understand that when parents ask about cameras or safety, it comes from a place of wanting reassurance that their child is safe and supported, and we share that commitment. We listen, we investigate, and we work collaboratively on solutions. Importantly, the law is very clear that these recordings cannot be used for teacher evaluation, appraisal, or routine staff monitoring. They're not designed for supervision or performance review. Recordings can only be viewed when a specific incident is reported and only by individuals legally authorized to review them. This ensures both student protection and staff privacy. While cameras are one important tool, they're not a substitute for the supports that protect students every single day. Well-trained staff, appropriate staffing ratios, strong behavior systems, and ongoing communication with families. Our focus is on building environments where students are safe because of the people and structures in place, not just because of cameras in the corner. In short, our current practice follows the letter and the spirit of the law, protects parents' rights, preserves student dignity, and ensures we remain responsive and compassionate when concerns arise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Now, we're going to discuss it. Anybody has anything they want to? Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I want to premise my question, or I guess my statement, by acknowledging Ms. Moore. You know, I appreciate your diligence. I appreciate you consistently for 7 months bringing this, idea back to the board, and we hear you. I promise we do. And I also want to thank a few of my fellow board members for taking the time to add it to the agenda for discussion. And I guess, Ms. Brooks, my question is we hear Ms. Moore, and we understand what she's requesting, but how do we, I guess, how does that impact the rest of the students, and do we need to hear from other parents? And I guess the example I give is if we do it for Ms. Moore, can you blur out the faces of the other students if she requests to see it, and then, or do the other parents have to say yes as well? Because I know it can get kind of complex or convoluted to make this happen, but, and I got a bunch of questions, but this is just one I really want to know just
So I think the most important part of that question is, can we watch the videos? We do not monitor the videos. We are not allowed to watch the videos. The only time that we can look at that video is if there's an incident that is reported, meaning there's something that happened. We have evidence that something happened, so we have to review it. And then there are only specific people who can review that. And then we just determine if there was something, if there was an incident, and if you want to.
And I want to jump in and be more, because it's even more specific than just an incident reported. It has to rise to the legal definition of abuse or neglect. So it's actually defined in this statute very, very narrowly. And it's not abuse and neglect like you think out of the family code. It is in this section of the education code. And even then, it has to relate to a BISD employee. So if it's a non-employee, we still don't have the authority to look at it. So it's an extremely prescriptive statute that is frequently misunderstood because the perception is that we can look at it at any time, and therefore when the cameras are implemented, that we should just be able to go and pull the footage. But it's a violation of law for us to look at the footage, except in very narrow instances. And even when we do look at the footage, it cannot be utilized for human resources purposes, evaluation, or anything like that. It's limited even in the scope of use.
So, if I may, I don't want to dominate the comment. Just a couple more things. So, I guess what I'm hearing is there's no continuous monitoring of video footage, right? And if so, let's just say Trustee Avery says, I want to see my child's stuff. She doesn't get to see it, but maybe Dr. Allen does, or someone from the admin does, or who gets to see?
No one does unless there's an incident.
Right. So the director would review and determine if there is a report of something that meets the definition that would qualify for review. Then the director can then grant the request for initial review. She reviews the footage and makes a determination. Yes, it meets the threshold. No, it doesn't. If it meets the threshold, then the parent gets to review.
Okay.
So there are multiple layers.
So what if it's multiple students involved? Does that parent still get to view? Because what if I say, Ms. Moore wants to see her child, but I don't want her looking at my kid, you know? What happens in that case? Or is that even?
Great question. Then it gets into an analysis of FERPA, and FERPA tells us that it is an education record for the child for which we're reviewing it. So if there are multiple students involved in the incident, not just bystanders, but in the incident, then each parent has a right of access to review that. It gets really tenuous and complicated there. And so that's what Ms. Brooks was explaining about. The universal application is more about the legislative intent, and the legislative intent of this being a parent opt-in. In other words, I as a parent want this. We have hundreds of other parents of special education students that haven't made requests for video.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied with the discussion.
Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
You're not.
I know the district meets the letter of the law. My concern is that for a lot of years, we have used the letter of the law to justify what we have done with special education children. Not necessarily, you said spirit of the law, but I think the law is there to protect children, and I think our primary job is to protect children. Is to protect children. I am certainly not in favor of putting cameras in every self-contained special ed classroom. Most of our special ed children can speak for themselves and are safe without a camera, but we have academics for life classes where children are nonverbal, who are dealt with by physicians and physical therapists and all kinds of people. And I think those classrooms where the children do not have a voice need to have cameras. Not in all the special education classrooms, not in just self-contained classrooms, because there are a lot of self-contained classrooms that are just fine. But those classrooms with the weakest of our children, who are also frequently the children of parents who had a problem in the first place, which is why the children are so debilitated, I think they deserve to have cameras in their classrooms under these very specific laws. They are not Thursday night movie night. They cannot be looked at by whoever feels like they want to. If there is an obvious incident, if a child comes home with bruises that he shouldn't have, parents should have the option of having somebody speak for their child besides just the school district saying, no, we didn't do anything, because I have seen people who do things.
Thank you, Ms. Hickman. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Yeah, just so, and Dr. Allen, you may not have the answer to this, 'cause I know we're kind of working through it, and I understand what Ms. Hickman is saying, and I appreciate that. The nonverbal students, do we know how many actual classes we have? And I guess my next question to follow that is when we have nonverbal students, are those classrooms only nonverbal students?
No, and we know how many we have. I can get you that data to tell you the exact number of classes, and we'll make a note of that. But it's not a classroom where there are only nonverbal students. No.
I guess where I'm going is I feel Ms. Moore's pain, and I know there's other parents also, and I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the students, like Ms. Hickman said, that are the most vulnerable. And maybe it'll take a deeper workshop than what we have right now, but I just, you know, and I think all of us share the same sentiment that we want these children and these students protected. I think that goes without saying, but I'm just trying to figure out how do we narrow it down to get exactly what we're looking for, and without creating some type of almost crisis, so to speak, because we know everyone can't look at them. We know the law is in somewhat ambiguous as to you know, what the intent is, or, you know, it's confusing. So I don't know where to go from this, Ms. Hickman, and I thought I was clear until you brought your point up, because it's a great point. And you know, I'll be quiet and listen, but I'm just trying to figure it out, trying to wrap my brain around the whole thing.
Anyone else?
Well, I'd just like, in summary of Ms. Brooks, what I'm hearing, because we have discussed this in great length, based on policy, a parent with a concern can request a camera. The great divide is that because of privacy, we don't want to place cameras in every special needs class. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I hearing it correct?
Because of that, and because of the parents' rights, they also have the right, they haven't requested a camera. So, and there is privacy. There's a lot that goes on in those classrooms in terms of medical needs and changing diapers and those. And while you can't have a camera there, there's audio there if you request a camera. Now, I will say that every request that has come through my office has been approved. If it meets the criteria of a self-contained special education classroom, we're not trying to deny the rights of the parents who request that. So if it comes through our office, it is approved, and we install the cameras. But it's overstepping the statute by saying we're going to universally place them.
Ms. Hickman?
We may be installing the cameras, but I believe we're supposed to do it within 10 days of the request, and it took.
Within 45 days.
Okay, 45 days. That's 45 days when a child could be hurt. And we can manage to put it off for every single second of those 45 days, and we do, regularly. No, I've been doing this too long. My other concern is, no, every child in an AFL is not nonverbal, but they are most of them can barely communicate, or they wouldn't be in the AFL class in the first place.
Well, I disagree with that, because, I mean, I've been a principal and had many, I was in a campus yesterday, walked through all the AFL classes, and many of those kids were talking and communicating. So, and I want to make certain that our community and our board understands, you know, if there's any misconduct, when it's brought to our attention, you know, we are working really swiftly to address that. And we're not developing a culture of employees who are abusing children. I really want to make certain you understand. You have employees, I think, who make bad choices and make mistakes, and they are held accountable for those mistakes. We investigate when we are made aware of any situation. We investigate that, and we move quickly when the evidence is there. Now, everybody may not agree on the situation because you don't know all the facts regarding that individual incident, but we do investigate those situations, and we have terminated. I can't tell you how many individuals have been terminated for doing something that's inappropriate with a child.
And I just want to make one statement about our AFL students. We have AFL students who graduate whole jobs, so I don't want anybody to think that every student in there is incapable of a full life.
I'm not suggesting they're incapable of living a full life. I'm only suggesting that particularly the little ones are not capable of protecting themselves.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
So we've had requests and we've granted those requests.
Yes, sir.
Is there another step we can take to just reassure parents and the community that we are in fact, can there be an audit of some kind? What can we do to, because I hear Ms. Hickman's passion and I tend to agree with her just purely based on the fact that she's been in education so long, and I know she wouldn't be so passionate about this topic if she didn't have a concern. So in this particular instance, her concern becomes my concern. So what can we do to tamp down those concerns? Is there anything we can do? And it doesn't have to be answered right now, but I do want to make sure it's in the front of our minds and that we are doing something to make sure that parents are comfortable, that the community is comfortable, and that my fellow trustee is also comfortable that we're getting the job done and doing exactly what we can do and everything we can do to make sure the most vulnerable of our student body is taken care of and properly treated. So I rest my case on that part, Mr. President. Thank you.
Again, I thank everybody for the input. We may have to visit this later, but Ms. Brooks, thanks for the education
Thank you.
about how it works and what
Absolutely.
we're supposed to be doing. We can get better. I don't care what it is. You can always get better. And that's what we're going to try to do. My question was like Ms. Hickman said, 45, does it actually take us 45 days to get a camera installed?
It's, and Ryan can speak to this. We were using an outside vendor, but now we're doing it in-house, so it's not taking that long.
So currently, we keep the cameras in stock. So when I get a request, it happens within 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question to you, Ryan, about that, the storage of that? If you, not storage is literally, but the storage of the tape, of the recordings. Has that been an issue of having that storage all the time?
No, so these cameras are a completely separate system from our normal security cameras. There's a server that is only used for these cameras, and we keep the required amount by the law.
It's 3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Thanks, Ryan. Thank you, Ms. Brooks. We're now ready for the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any item off the consent agenda for discussion? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. President, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Avery. All those in favor? Well, is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Motion passed 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve budget amendments GF5 and accept amendments from special revenue 11, 12, and 13.
We need a motion first? We need a motion first?
Now the motion.
Yeah, so move to approve.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans and second by Ms. Hickman. How are you doing, Ms. Hernandez, again?
I
It's
am.
the Hernandez show, huh?
This is always the Hernandez show.
That's right.
Most esteemed president. For GF5, we are asking the board to approve an increase in the revenue through House Bill 2 that was approved right when we were trying to get our budget done. There was a program change on part of the Regional Day School for the Deaf funding. Usually we would receive a separate local allocation. Now they have put it into our foundation revenue, and so we're going to receive it that way. So we had to take those expenditures and the revenue that was recorded in Fund 435 and move it over into 199. So that's why you're seeing the increase in the $1,309,000 with the corresponding expenditures for that program. Then we're also correcting some functions
to some personnel in the curriculum instruction department. We actually pulled job descriptions and compared them to what the VASREG says the coding should be. So we're correcting a couple of salaries in the amount of $212,854. So we're taking them out of function 21 and moving them into function 13, which is staff development. And then we're also moving some funds between function 11 and 21. And then we're asking the board to approve the $160,000 for the new bleachers at Smith Middle School. There's some safety issues going on over there. And then the increase for the concrete slab and driveway for the scoreboard at $150,000. And then the special revenue amendments are just moving funds between functions. Are there any questions?
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve purchases over $50,000 from the general fund in the amount of $318,860, from federal funds in the amount of $113,980, and from state grant funds in the amount of $446,799.81.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Hickman and second by Ms. Avery.
Thank you, Mr. Segee. We are asking the board to approve the purchase of two 12-passenger vans. This is for the campuses to be able to utilize them instead of a big bus for like the sports like golf, tennis. They have smaller teams and they can transport them much easier. We looked at the cost of one of the smaller buses, but we could actually purchase two of these and only purchase one of those. So we were trying to utilize our funds to get the best bang for our buck. And then we're asking the board to approve the engineering fees on the scoreboard replacement at $60,000. And then, of course, the bleachers at Smith Middle School in the amount of $148,860. Under our federal funds, this is part of our spend down requirement through the Child Nutrition Program. We're purchasing two power soak sinks at Westbrook and at Vincent, both at the amount of $56,990. And then for our LASSO grant, we received, I guess just recently, we're utilizing $372,000 for the Bluebonnet math implementation through Great Minds, and then we're purchasing 22 active shooter ballistic shields utilizing the Safety and Security Grant number 2 at $74,799.81.
Discussion?
Who drives those 12-passenger vans? Any of the coaches can. We have different procedures that you go through to be able to drive a school vehicle, and they can be driven by anyone with a regular license. It does not have to have a CDL. Thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Hernandez, can you walk me through just the basics on the engineering on the score? Because this is not the purchase of the scoreboard yet, right?
It is not the purchasing of the scoreboard. The engineer is going to design the electrical. We are having to upgrade the electrical because we're going from old technology to newer technology. So the LED, you would think it wouldn't pull as much voltage, and I could probably talk about this.
Ms.
but
Hernandez,
I'm
if I could
thinking-
interject right now. Yes, Mr. Evans, due to facilities, you know, we have some in-depth information on that Mr. McClellan can share about that cost with the engineering, which, so I'm aware of that because of
amp service,
facilities.
and the new one has a 400. So we got to pull all the way from the concourse around to the new sign.
And so when we put it all together as a package, when we put it out for bid,
then we know that that electrical is gonna come on and power up that scoreboard. So if you do it separately, you know, if you're working independently with the contractor for the scoreboard and the electrical company, you may not get it, and they would be pointing fingers at one another. We put it all in a package, and we know it's gonna work.
Mr. McCook, talk about the concrete, because everybody needs to know, spend money on concrete.
Well, the concrete just for service. The ground out there is so soft, we can't get trucks to it majority of the time, so gotta
And
wait
those
for a
lift
drought.
trucks.
And most of the trucks are pretty heavy.
You understand that? Any further discussion? All those in favor? Motion carries 5-0.
Mr. President, I recommend that the board approve the 25-26 District Improvement Plan.
How are you?
I am doing wonderful.
Yes.
Hold on, Ms. Frank, Dr. Frank. Get a motion?
Second.
Motion was made by Ms. Hickman and second by Mr. Evans.
Good evening. Tonight, we are pleased to present the 2025-2026 district and campus improvement plans for review and approval. We will bring them separately for approval, but this presentation will go through the flow of both plans. These plans represent months of collaboration and strategic alignment to ensure we are driving measurable gains for all of the students in BISD. Tonight's presentation focuses on 3 core objectives: to present both our district level and campus level improvement plans for board approval, to demonstrate how these plans are aligned from district priorities all the way through to our campus actions, and to highlight key district and campus actions that will directly contribute to improving student outcomes in the areas of literacy, math, college and career readiness, perception, and overall accountability ratings. As we begin, I think that it's important to understand our planning structure. So before you can see that we have a tiered and coherent system of planning that documents our work. First, at the top, you can see our district strategic plan sets our long-term vision for the district. Then we have our district improvement plan, which we are bringing tonight for approval, that operationalizes the strategic plan. Each campus then develops a campus improvement plan aligned directly to the district priorities. And campuses also implement 90-day plans which break critical actions into manageable cycles. For campuses that require additional intervention, the targeted improvement plan and turnaround plan provide intensive structures for rapid improvement. And the turnaround plans and TIP plans were brought for board approval last month. Again, all of these plans work together to ensure that we are focused, that we are aligned as a district and accountable. So when we look at the district and campus plan, there is a consistent structure for both plans. We begin with a needs assessment that is grounded in data. Then we have clearly defined goals and performance objectives. Next, we have strategies and action steps that we use and implement. And then there's monitoring and evaluation that continues throughout the year. This particular slide shows you the process overview. It shows you starting from the needs assessment through implementation and all the way through monitoring. And the true value of both the district plan and the campus improvement plan is strong planning, but also making sure that we are monitoring progress and making any adjustments that are needed. So how do we monitor? We have formative reviews that occur in November, January, and March. And during these checkpoints, we basically ask ourselves, the district level committee comes together. On campuses, the campus level committee comes together, and we ask ourselves, are the strategies working? If they are not working, this is the time for those committees to sit and talk about what changes or revisions need to be made. Then we also have the summative review. This happens in June. This is when we evaluate the plans and determine, did we meet our goals and our targets for the year? So again, the district level plan has the district strategic plan, which is our multi-year vision, and the district improvement plan, which is our annual plan, what we are doing this year to make sure we're on target to meet our 2030 goals. And you see before you right now our 2030 goals. These goals are also included in our district level plan and on every campus improvement plan. The next slides that you will see gives you the district actions that are included in your plan. In your board books, you do have a campus of the district plan that has our goals and the priorities. Our key actions that we have included in our plan that is driving literacy and math. You can see we have our BOY, MOY, and EOY screeners that we administer so that we can make sure we are targeting instruction. This will tier our students, and we know exactly which students we need to work with. We also have or provide targeted phonics interventions for our students K-5. We conduct regular campus walks for reading and math. This gives the opportunity for us to provide feedback to teachers on how we can improve instruction in those areas. We ensure daily practice in reading and written responses, implementing small group instruction so that we can meet the needs, target needs of individual students. We have intervention time that is embedded within the day. And we use programs, some online programs such as Amira, IXL for reading, also Zern for math. And of course, we always want to make sure that we are improving instruction. How do we do that? As we monitor and we see areas that teachers need to grow in, we provide professional development for them. For reading, we host readathons. We also have Roar. We have our book vending machines. And we are excited about our community outreach where we go out to our apartment complexes. Also our district city-wide partnership. And then we just promote literacy on all of our campuses. The next slide gives you an outline of the strategies for college, career, and military readiness. Just to summarize, we are targeting increasing TSI access for students, expanding Texas College Bridge, strengthening AP rigor, increasing dual credit opportunities with Lamar Institute of Technology and Lamar State College Orange, supporting our CTE program of study completion, and offering ASVAB testing. These initiatives ensure that all of our students are prepared for college, career, or a military pathway when they graduate from the ISD. Next, you can see on this slide for our perception goal, the district emphasizes multi-tiered systems of support, restorative discipline practices, utilizing our behavior interventionists and wellness coordinators, also providing trauma-informed strategies to our teachers, grounded in SEL, social emotional learning, and then also mentorship and engagement programs. And as we drive to make sure that we are reaching our goal for A and B rated campuses, increasing the number of A and B rated campuses, our focus is strong Tier 1 instruction. We do have intervention in place, but we know it does not replace good quality Tier 1 instruction of all of our classrooms. We do this by helping our teachers internalize the lessons that they are teaching, coaching and supporting them, also providing targeted intervention for students, like I mentioned before, increasing and always offering professional development opportunities. We have our campus performance reviews. This is where our departments come together and meet with principals and talk about data and next steps. And then data analysis with our Office of Innovation. You will hear principals talk about their WIN students. They have a WIN one pager where we have targeted students that we are working with to push to meets and masters, and also pushing students that did not meet to approaches. At this time, I'd like to pause and just ask the board if you have any questions regarding the district improvement plan.
Any questions? Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
What are we doing differently this year than we did last year?
This year, I can tell you for when I look at reading and I look at math, reading specifically, we do have consultants coming in to support campuses. Math for sure, Bluebonnet implementation. And again, having our consultants come in and working with teachers, internalization protocols. When I look at Goal 3 for CCMR, this is one of our goals that I know that we hit our target for, so we're continuing our efforts for CCMR, for improving perception. We're using our Vision Week survey, but we're really working hard, and I can tell you, we've already met strategic planning. We are looking at discipline strategies that we can utilize to help and support our teachers with some of the aggressive behaviors that we're seeing this year. And then for A and B rated schools, this isn't new, but it's something that we're really targeting hard, and that is identifying our students. I can commend our campuses, our leaders. They can tell you, if you walk up to them and say, how many students do you need for reading? How many students do you need for math? And they are also spreading that word. It doesn't just live with them, the teachers know. And even going into students, and they know the goal. So getting everybody on one page, and that way we're striving to reach all of the goals that we have for this year and our 2030 goals as well.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Spooner?
Well, I'd just like to say, based on this plan, you can see the consistency from point A all the way through Z. And if we continue that, you know, it's inevitable to have success. Everybody, like you said, everybody on the same page.
Yes, ma'am, and we're trying really hard, in sync.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Pratt.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Avery.
On your 90-day plans, do you have those reachable goals, and are they reaching those small goals?
Yes, we just finished our first 90 days, November 7th. And so Ms. Cheatham and I review those 90-day checkpoints with the principals to see where we are. And we have set second 90-day plan goals, and we're driving for the second 90 days. Right now, yes, ma'am, certain things that we have on the plan, they all tie and align. So lesson internalization looks great on campuses, okay? We do have consultants coming in giving us feedback. We know that interventions are in place. That's one of the things that we wanted to make sure we were solid on leaving for Thanksgiving break. Schedules, if we had to, you know, shift and make moves, we've done that. So the principles are on target.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? I heard the word discipline several times. What are we doing differently this year about discipline these children who are students?
Social and emotional, we're working on, of course. That is meeting the needs of our children. Our children have trauma. It is, and I will tell you, you know, boots on the ground principals will tell you they are dealing more and more every day with students with aggressive behaviors. And that is why that is a new initiative that we just called. We have a meeting when we come back from Thanksgiving break, actually, where we're pulling together key people in the district to talk about what's next. And what's next includes how are we going to help our students so that they can be in class, so that they can learn, but also how are we going to assist and help our parents.
So I'll add, you know, I've never, you know, presented, and we'll share an update probably in the spring, but, you know, we have community partnerships with Revision that's working with a group of students in the Beaumont United feeder pattern in 3rd through 5th grade that's coming in with additional, these are, you know, students who have aggressive behaviors and students who are quote unquote heavy hitters They'll be working and getting individual support from 9 elementary schools, so we're targeting a large chunk of students. We are still trying to figure out how to best support these students with this aggressive behavior. When you have little young students who are kicking and biting and punching principals and you know, just doing these very aggressive behaviors, of course, you know, we are allowed to now, you know, suspend those students, but that's not the solution to the problem. It's not the solution. So we don't have this magic, I don't have a magic bullet, right? I don't. You know, we have principals, you know, asking for corporal punishment. I know they're asking for it, but we can't do it. We can't do it. We live in a culture right now where this is not the culture and the time, and they hear me saying it, I'm saying it to y'all, we can't do it. But they want to do it because the behaviors are so aggressive. And it's not just us, and I keep saying it every year, but this is part of society and the culture that we're living in with what kids are exposed to. But at the end of the day, we still have to solve the problem. I mean, it's still our problem to solve. Unfortunately, it's one that I don't have an easy solution to it. So we are, you know, reactivating, you know, the task force and trying to come up with some additional strategies or some other strategies to help, you know, kids who have not been taught and trained on that you don't kick, fight, spit, bite, curse, you know, do all of these things, because they do all of these things. They see these things, so they think this is the norm and this is what they're supposed to do. So I wish I had this easy solution for you, but I really don't. Not yet. We're working. We're working, trying to figure it out. But I do appreciate the support from, you know, we do have more and more volunteers who are coming in our system. You know, we do have this new program that's being implemented to see how it works with these students getting, you know, small group counseling, additional. I mean, this is in addition to what we already do, you know, really pulling kids and working with kids with our behavior interventionists, you know, with the calming corners and the support that teachers have in their classrooms to help redirect students when they experience, you know, meltdowns and frustration because they don't get their way, because they're never told no. That's the bottom line. Kids are never told no anymore, and when we tell them no, they don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to take it. So, you know, they react and they respond in these aggressive ways that makes it, you know, it makes it difficult, you know, to educate students, you know, with those behaviors. But somebody give us a solution. Give me a solution.
Go ahead, Ms. Hickman.
Dr. Allen, you said help parents, help students, help principals. Help parents, help students, help principals. What are we doing to protect our teachers? Because this behavior is killing them.
It is. No, I mean, that is something that's, we really want to make certain our teachers know that we're not tolerating the behavior. You know, we're removing those students, but teachers are still very much, I feel like they're very frustrated. And even though this last legislative session was intended to provide more tools, it really didn't provide a whole lot of tools other than saying that you could suspend kids more. Teachers can remove a student from the learning environment, right? They have the right to say that, you know what, they can remove this student. We still have to educate that student because that student is still going to somebody else's class exhibiting, you know, that same type of behavior that we're trying really hard to actually fix. So, you know, I want to continue to encourage our teachers and let them know we're not ignoring, you know, their cries and their pleas. You know, I've meeting with the Superintendent's Teacher Advisory Council, and they are sharing, you know, hey, this is real, Dr. Allen. Like, this is not something that's easy, but I think it's one of the reasons why we do see some teachers wanting to leave the profession because they don't want to be abused. I'm just being honest. They don't want to be abused, and they shouldn't be abused. It's not acceptable for any student to be in a learning environment and curse out the teacher, hit them, fight them, kick them. That's not acceptable. But our students, unfortunately, this is how they come to us. This is the behavior that they see. So, you know, we're working diligently to try to figure out, you know, what's the best way to protect our teachers and help our students at the same time. Because we all know too, sending them to the street, that's not gonna help our community. It's not going to help Beaumont, Texas. But there are some things, I know we're applying for LASSO, this LASSO 4 grant that's coming up, that we're going to explore some possible virtual options with some things that we haven't explored before, because the legislator is now allowing us to tap into some virtual programs. I can't tell you what that's going to look like. I'm just telling you we're going to apply for the funds to see what that might look like. It may be some extreme cases, or, you know, what additional support we can try to provide, you know, to these students. When you look at the discipline data, I mean, the discipline data looks the same, but it doesn't feel better, if that makes sense. So when you look at the numbers and you compare last year to this year, the numbers aren't drastically different. You know, you have some areas where it's better with mutual combat, with students one-sided hitting. It's slightly better trending than last year. But when you talk to leaders and you walk on campuses and you hear these same stories more than you heard last year, you see it more than you heard previous years, it's not better. It's not better.
Wait, Ms. Frank, I'm sorry. Doc, you done?
Well, before we transition, I would like to recommend that the board approve the 25-26 district improvement plan.
Yeah, we already. All right, all those in favor? Motion carries 5-0. So principals, you can't put a little wood in their life.
Thank you, board members, for approving the district improvement plan. Each campus improvement plan includes measurable goals and aligned action steps. And again, principals take that plan and create a 90-day plan that they use to drive instruction on their campus. I realize I jumped ahead. You want to make a motion for the campus improvement plans?
So moved.
Discuss. Motion was made by Mr. Evans. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Hickman. Dr. Frank?
Thank you. You have in your board book the campus improvement plans for every campus in BISD. And at this time, we will have 3 leaders who will have been selected to highlight the key action steps included in their plans. I would like to invite Ms. April Johnston from Blanchette Elementary. She will begin the presentation, followed by co-principals Ms. Moore and Ms. Adams of Peach MacArthur Pre-K through 8th Grade Center. And then we'll conclude with Mr. Phillips, principal of Westbrook High School.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, hot date.
Huh?
Hot date.
Okay. All right. Remember that with the questions. Got a hot date. Okay. Okay.
Excellent response.
All right. So, goal 1, literacy. We provide effective phonics instruction, and we actually have a targeted time daily, 8:30 to 9:15. We do it 4 days a week, and that's focusing on decoding, encoding, and phonemic awareness. For math, Great Minds, we have a campus support coach. So she comes monthly, and we either have Bluebonnet campus walks, grade level walks, and she's also doing 90-minute PLC lesson internalization protocols. And with her, she focuses on the end in mind. So we look at exit tickets. She's going through all of those with them, teaching them how to work the problem so teachers understand the rigor and the level of questioning. And then she also goes over the problem set. So that's all the independent practice the kids are doing with Bluebonnet Learning. So we do that monthly. And then, of course, we have Monday Assembly. And this is a time where we invite the community, campus speakers, so they come in and talk about their professions, which supports college career readiness, highlights the real-world importance of reading and math in their work. So we have that every Monday. And then, of course, for attendance, this is a challenge for us, but we spell out the word attendance. So, of course, if you have perfect attendance for the day, you get a letter, and then you're recognized Monday assembly, and then, of course, we have extra recess, popsicles, that kind of thing to incentivize our students. And then, of course, we're training teachers and staff with strategies to improve student engagement and reduce major discipline infractions. We have the Win One pager, and this helps us to close achievement gaps in Domain 3. So it lets us know kind of who we need to target for our meets and masters. And then we also look at growth, so mainly focusing on 4th and 5th. But this is really a game changer for accountability, for us to know our students, who we need to target, so that we can move the campus. And I think this was very helpful for Blanchette to move from an F to a D. And so, of course, we're moving forward. Our goal is a C or even better for this school year. So that kind of outlines our elementary goals for Blanchette. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Now, remember, I know your mother. Be careful how you talk to me.
All right.
How are you all doing tonight, Ms. Adams, Ms. Moore?
We're good.
Good, I'm well.
Okay, for goal number 1, literacy, we implement diagnostic assessments across all grade levels. For example, M-class, CLI for our pre-K babies, just to identify the needs and guide targeted intervention. We also provide Tier 3 students, grades 4 through 6, with resources such as a mirror and targeted phonics. It's like a 45-minute lesson that our 4th and 5th graders, also middle school, gets daily. We ensure consistent use of high-quality instruction, such as Bluebonnet reading, to strengthen Tier 1 instruction. For math, we also implement diagnostic assessments for all grade levels, even including pre-K. CLI, IXL, also NWEA is used for those diagnostics. We are trying to strengthen Tier 1 instruction by, of course, using HQIM, Bluebonnet Math, and Carnegie Learning for secondary. Also, we have increased instructional time to a 90-minute block on the elementary side as well as the secondary side. Provide ongoing professional development learning, Bluebonnet Region 5, Bluebonnet Math, and Great Minds, training to build teacher capacity and improve instructional practices. Also, the district have professional development that they also supply to our teachers as well.
For Goal 3, for CCMR, we are increasing students' exposure to a wide range of career pathways, including their visits to CTEC campus. We also expand the STEM opportunities for students through the ExxonMobil STEM initiative. For perception, the campus is reducing our discipline referrals by 30%. That is through consistent implementation of campus-wide behavior systems, capturing kid hearts. We've implemented those morning general assemblies where we're goal setting with students to get them to self-regulate. Implement the reverse suspensions also to strengthen home-school partnerships and provide families with proactive support. So we've had 12 reverse suspensions so far, which is helping. We recognize and incentivize students who demonstrate strong behavior and excellent attendance through grade level competitions. So at the end of each 9 weeks, we have a celebration for that grade level who has the least number of discipline and the greatest number of attendance. For Goal 5, A and B rated schools, we do use daily exit tickets consistently to identify the student misconceptions and form those targeted interventions during that second part of that 90-minute block. Implement monthly practice clinics to strengthen our teacher capacity and strengthen Tier 1 instruction. Those practice clinics are designed based on common trends that are seen during walkthrough observations. provide ongoing professional, campus-based professional development through Great Minds in Region 5, which is Bluebonnet, like Ms. Moore said, and leverage opportunity culture model, which is a staffing model to extend the reach of highly effective teachers and also accelerate academic growth for our students.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Segee, Dr. Allen, and board. I had 2 pages of ancillary notes, but I've condensed it down when you mentioned you had a hot date, so I'll be very brief. I'm not going to read everything up there. Goal 1 and 2, we were very strategic this year in placing our students in advisory classes so that we know our kiddos who needed remediation in algebra, so they are with a math teacher in algebra, English 1 or English 2 kiddos that needed remediation in English 1 and 2 for STAR remediation, or with English teachers. So we're very strategic in doing that for advisory. And then also with December retesting coming up, we're able to do STAR blitzes in those classes with those kiddos because we know where our bubble kiddos are. We've had those identified, and so our teachers are able to do STAR blitzes with those kids to get our scores up. And then with CCMR, we set a goal to increase the number of our kiddos in our AP classes. And then within that, we've set a goal to increase the number of our kids scoring at 3 or higher. So our overall campus percentage last year was 44% of our kiddos scored 3 or higher overall. So our goal this year is to get 65% of our kiddos to score 3 or higher on their AP scores, which will give us some CCMR points. Attendance and perception, we struggle with getting our kids to school on time. So that is just an ongoing issue. Those of you there at our goals night heard that that's kind of an ongoing battle with getting our kiddos there. That's not really a kid problem, that's a parent problem. So we talked to our parents about that on an ongoing basis. One of the things that I did last year was to move our official attendance counting period to 3rd period instead of 2nd period. So that has helped increase our percentage daily attendance average. So that's bumped it up a little bit, but we're still trying to get to that 95% mark for Ms. Hernandez. And then goal 5, increasing A and B rated schools. Again, going back to our strategic scheduling this summer that we did with the advisory period, we're able to implement our HB 1416-1 accelerating learning strategies into the advisory period and had those kids on those learning platforms. And so we know where those kids are in advisory, and then we're able to implement the online platform to make sure they're getting those accelerated learning skills in there and get their hours that they need. And that's all.
Thank you. Elementary, what kind of volunteers do y'all have? You have CASA, rural people coming to your campus? How many you got, Ms. Johnson?
I have over 25 volunteers that come on a weekly basis.
Good, thank you.
We average about 18, 20.
Thank you.
I have one that comes every week to cafeteria duty.
Well, you got one.
Works an hour and a half of the day, but he is there faithfully every week.
At least you got one.
Yes, sir.
Does anybody have any questions about the plans? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. All those in favor of approving the campus plans? Motion carries 5-0.
The last item on our agenda for tonight is for the board to cast their ballots for the Jefferson Central Appraisal District, and the recommendation is for the board to cast their votes tonight in any way they see fit.
So moved.
Motion was made by Mr. Evans, second by Ms. Hickman. Discussion? Already.
Just a reminder that the board recommended Daryl Antoine and Eugene Landry. The board has a total allocation of 387 votes and can cast those votes equally between the two candidates that the board nominated, or they can cast their votes for any of the other nominees, Donald Frank, Bert Lamson, or Mary Wyckoff. In the past, the board has divided and separated their votes between the candidates that the board recommended.
Discussion? All those in favor of Mr. Landry and Mr. Antoine? Raise your right hand. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, I might even make that date. Ms. Hickman, go ahead.
I hope your date knows about this date, or that the other women in your life know about this date.
Well, that date is with my wife.
It's a good thing. Thank you all. As we start doing the things for which we are thankful, I am incredibly thankful for all of you and for all of the people who take care of our children in BISD and who give them a future that they can be proud of, and then I think more than anything you all can be proud of. Have a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you.
Ms. Spooner?
Thank you. And I'm going to be very brief. I'd like to wish everyone a happy and blessed Thanksgiving, and I'm going to yield to President 𝐂𝐬. Dr. 𝐂𝐬, Alicia 𝐂𝐬, enjoy your date.
I appreciate that, Ms. Spooner. Mr. Evans?
I'm thankful for all of you, and happy Thanksgiving.
Ms. Avery?
Thank you all for all that you're doing each day, every day. Keep it up. Keep plugging away, step by step. Thank you very much. Have an awesome, awesome time off also. I will.
Doc?
Just again, thank you to the team. I hope you all have an amazing break. But before you get to that break, tomorrow is going to be a great day. Make tomorrow a phenomenal day, going out into a well-deserved time. So I hope you take the time to relax and enjoy with your families. I appreciate you and so thankful for your work and your service to my team, this entire BISD team. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think we've done a go ahead, Ms. Spooner.
And go BU. BU is in the second round of the playoffs, so we want to make certain we're supporting Beaumont United. And one additional thing, I want to especially thank Miss Sierra Fisher for her work for all of the years for Beaumont ISD. Sierra is kind of changing her workload a little bit, so she's not going to be with us as much. She's transitioning, and Mr. Kobe Wilbanks is going to be supporting Beaumont ISD, but I certainly want to publicly say thank you to Sierra for, she has just been a member of the team for 11 years. She says that she was a baby lawyer when she started, but she's a big lawyer now. She's an old lawyer, I should say, not a big lawyer. She's an old lawyer, but she's really one of the best, in this state of Texas as far as school law and Texas-based school law. And I just want to again tell her thank you. And we're going to miss seeing you all the time, every day almost, and talking to you every day. Thank you.
Hold up, but we got Cody. Stand up, Cody.
We got Kobe coming in, yes.
Cody is experienced in school law as well. I think it's going to be a nice transition. I think about the great job that that happened with Vision Week, the input. I know that we're going to use the information to better the district. I'm extremely excited and confident with you and what you do every day. Education is no longer easy. It's hard. It takes a lot of work. And I am appreciative to everybody in this district. It doesn't matter what you do in this district to make this machine run. I thank you for that because we need you all. I'll give a shout out to Dr. Guidry. I went out and visited her and her staff at Minnie Rogers, and I was impressed with what they do and how they go about doing it and meeting all of them. I got to meet, you know, the teachers, the educators. And then I also interacted with the staff at Minnie Rogers. And through her effort, it's been a seamless transition. She's made it easy. And I was wondering when I left, when they was talking to him, how much she paid them people to say all that good stuff about her. But they have high hopes, and they have a lot of respect for her. And it's a really good program that we have out there educating children, because they do need an education. I thank you all when I go around to the schools. You know I'm not looking for nothing. I'm just letting you know that I'm here. And I appreciate it when I do come out and I'm received well. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. I'm the one with the long story tonight. I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. Look, eat too much, take you naps, do whatever you got to do to recharge in order to get us to the end of this year. But again, I sincerely thank you from the bottom of my heart. Let's stay all in all the time. Let's make it happen. With that, I'll hit this with the big hammer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know where these come from, but I like them. Okay. C-Tech. Thank you, C-Tech.